Okay. I think this is working. Like a pig. Okay. This is totally working. Uh, shoot. No, 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 no. This is not working like I wanted it to. Integrations. Come on. Why didn't it go out? Oh, it did it. It did it. It did it. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. More. All right. I panicked there for a second. On you. I think I need to mute my mic while we're in the starting soon. Oh my goodness. I was a dummy. It was absolutely muted. Thank you for saying something. I've been talking this whole time. I muted my mic during the starting soon and then never forgot to re-enable it. My goodness. I'm so sorry, folks. Let me start over. First of all, welcome to the stream. Thank you for saying something. Um, oh my goodness. Well, that's embarrassing. Still getting used to this. This is just day 2 of streaming. So, anyway, welcome. Tonight we are working on the continuation of a plugin that was a viewer submission from High Hopes. The plugin's called VoidMonster, and basically the idea here is that we're going to capture all the information from when everything is thrown into the void, whether it is items or activated TNT or an arrows being shot into the void or a trident being thrown into the void, or even if you die. We want to track all of those things, store that stuff in basically a virtual inventory. And then we're going to summon a monster that you have to defeat. And when you kill it, those items are all going to get thrown out onto the ground. And so you can recover your items that way. We also had this fun idea where if a player dies to the void, we're going to count those as the boss's minions. And he's going to summon in these minions that are going to be camouflaged as the player. So they're basically going to be like zombies, but we're going to dress them up like the player essentially using another plugin. So we're going to tie into that. And they will basically fight against you along with the boss monster. And when you kill that minion, you'll be able to get the items that that player had when they died to the void. So just a lot of fun little silly things to be able to recover the items that you would have otherwise been completely destroyed to the void. So really loved the idea. I said that sounds like a lot of fun. Let's make it. So day 1 was essentially setting up all the files, getting all the foundational code, what's called scaffolding in, just so we could get to a point where we could compile the plugin, get an actual file that we could put on the test server, and then see what happens. So we kind of ended the stream right about there when we were getting in, just starting the testing. We realized there were some critical issues that we needed to address. So one, we have a sum command that helps us kind of bug test. That wasn't working. And then two, we couldn't tell if any of those items that we were throwing into the void actually were getting tracked by the plugin. So the very first thing that we're working on here is just feeding kind of a lot of this information, that our findings, back into ChatGPT and helping us identify what piece of code do we need to change in order to be able to get those things working. Once we get all like the core fundamentals working tonight, then we can move on to some of these stretch goals. So let me, just for the sake of a recap, I'm going to go to that submission here and give you a pretty good like once over of what exactly is this plugin all about. So here's what was submitted. What does the plugin actually do? Any items thrown into the void get stored by the plugin. They don't actually get deleted. Then players must battle a boss, and upon killing the boss, the items get thrown onto the ground. The items will be randomly scattered in a configurable radius around where the boss was killed. The items that are spat out will be renamed with the name of the player that threw them into the void. And so, when should this trigger? Basically, anytime anyone throws any item into the void, but we're also going to add a blacklist so certain items don't end up being rewards. For example, I'm sure anyone who's ever used a Enderman farm has thrown probably thousands of Ender pearls into the void. So we're going to filter out some of that. But a lot of the ideas of the plugins that I want to make are going to be where any server could use this, and we're going to give them a lot of ability to customize and pick and choose different toggles. So if they want all those thousands of ender pearls to come flying out of the boss when he gets defeated, they could. Or they could say, no, that's a blacklisted item. We're not going to even allow any ender pearls to be part of the rewards. Or they could say, well, we'll allow some ender pearls, but we'll give a cap on any exactly the same items. So if there's 5,000 ender pearls that have been thrown in since the last boss was killed, we will essentially just say, okay, we're only going to keep track of the first maybe 200 and then call it good there. So all those things are going to essentially be configurable by the server owners or admins or whatever you have it. And then we're also going to ask it to keep track of items that end up in the void that the player might not necessarily throw out. It didn't come from their inventory. It maybe came from a dispenser, or as I mentioned earlier, some of these stretch goals are going to be like, what happens if someone drops a mob into the void, or what happens if it's activated TNT, or a thrown or a shot arrow, or a thrown trident? Does it keep the momentum? Do we cap, some of those things? And then should we do this in a void world so that the items could essentially end up right back in the void if you fight the void too close to the edge? So you now have to kill another boss to get the items back again. So just lots of little fun things. Another idea was that we should be able to summon minions. And if a player dies to the void, essentially, when you go to fight the boss, he'll summon in a minion that's a zombie disguised as that player. And then when you kill that minion, you essentially get a mini reward of whatever that player had on them when they died to the void. And then we also thought about like, what about players who have a lot more playtime? We should probably make the minions stronger proportional to that player's playtime because they're probably a lot more established than a beginner player. And so the items that you could potentially get as a reward from killing that minion are significantly greater. So let's make that minion much stronger, that one particular minion. So not only are you fighting a boss, but you want to also have some additional things to micromanage. And, the idea is how chaotic do you want these fights to be? So, and then last but not least, as another stretch goal, leaderboard. Lots and lots of leaderboards from, how much damage, person who did the most damage, person who killed the most void monsters, most amount of minions defeated, so on and so on and so on. So that's kind of the core overview of what we're trying to create here. And we're going to be doing it all live on stream. So you can kind of see the process, see that I am heavily utilizing ChatGPT. It's an incredibly powerful tool. Still comes with some caveats, and I'll explain those as we go and how you can, if you wanted to, basically do exactly what I'm doing. Again, one of the things that I like to mention is I do heavily rely on viewer submissions. If you have an idea, please feel free to go to the blank form, fill out the idea, what the name of the plugin should be, some of its functions, and if you'd like, excuse me, go ahead and add your Discord tag, and so that way I can credit you if we end up choosing your submission, and you'll also receive a free copy in perpetuity of this plugin once it goes live on marketplaces like Spigot and so on and so forth. I'm gonna try to make it a daily occurrence here, Dragon. Yeah. So I plan to stream every single day this week. Hopefully, I'll be able to catch a bunch of you. One other little item of housekeeping: we are on a speed run to affiliate, so I would really, really appreciate the follows. We're currently at 7. We've got 4 days to go. My goal is to try to do this in a week. So if I've earned it, I would really appreciate the follow. So yeah, Bacon, I will be streaming every single day this week, every evening. So about this time, whatever time it is for you in your time zone, we started the stream about 30 minutes ago, 34. So go back to that hour, and that'll be the time that I'm going to be trying to do these streams each night this week. So I don't know if they'll all be 4-hour streams like last time. No. Okay, so yeah, Dragon, what we did is we laid all the groundwork. We laid out all the scaffolding. We got all the files in place. We got all the structural code. Um, so we basically took the plugin from a complete concept to an actual jar file that we could put on a test server and see what happens. And then we kind of ended the stream right when we realized there were some critical issues that we needed to solve. We couldn't really do any QA or testing because basically the fundamental pieces of the plugin, where you have a boss and you have items that are going to be tracked. Well, that's the thing. This is what's so incredible. The power of AI is letting us do this at such an accelerated pace. If you think about it, we took a completely just idea out of someone's head and turned it into a functional plugin. Well, I say that loosely. We took it to a fully compiled plugin that we could put on a test server in the course of 3.5 hours. And it's a very complicated plugin. This is not a simple plugin that we're making. This has a lot of features, a lot of customization. We're essentially creating an Ender Dragon fight on steroids. We're not only summoning a boss monster, we're summoning minions, and we're choosing its loot, all based off of interactions that players have had in a world. So when you think about it, there's a lot that we're doing here. And the fact that we could take all of our ideas and our concepts and turn it into something that we could then try to test in one day is ridiculous. The fact that AI is able to aid our process and speed this up is so cool. This would normally take significantly longer to set up, and AI is helping us kind of keep track of our thoughts, keep track of our progress, and that's really what allows us to move at such an accelerated pace. So I'm not entirely sure how many streams this particular plugin will take, but please feel free to submit your own. I would love to see what ideas you guys come up with. And who knows, if the idea looks like it would be good to work on stream, I'd love to make it for you guys. And again, if you didn't catch me, because the whole muted thing, I am going to be giving the person who submitted the idea a free copy in perpetuity. Any future updates, whatever we do, you will always have that free copy just for you. And I will credit you in the source code of the plugin, in the licensing, so that that is essentially legally binding, if you will, as much as we can in Minecraft, you know. So if you do make a submission, add your Discord tag. That way I can credit you and I can shout you out, so on and so forth. So with that out of the way, let's figure out what we're doing tonight. So the two core things that we identified is, one, we couldn't really continue with our testing because the summon command didn't even do anything. And two, we couldn't actually see in a visible way that the items that we were throwing into the void were actually being tracked by the plugin. We didn't have any sort of feedback. So it may have been working, it may not, but one of the kind of really key fundamentals here is we need to build in some visualization, some debug tools so that we actually can see that our plugin is indeed actually doing what we wanted it to do. So step one tonight is we are basically feeding AI all the stuff that we previously worked on, telling it, here's where we're at, here's the issue that I'm having, help me figure out where I need to go so that I can make these changes. So right now, we currently have what's called a logger, and a logger is essentially just the terminology that's used to say, send this message to the game console chat. So for anyone who has ever done server development, you usually have a panel or a control panel, if you will, that gives you a live printout of what's happening on the server based off of what a plugin developer has built into their plugin. So each time you see those printouts into your server console, that is because there was a piece of code that said, here's a logger, send this information to the console. So that's what this little highlighted piece of code is doing, is it's saying, we're going to send this information to the server that says that we've tracked a void item, here's what we tracked and who put it in. Right now, it's going to print out the name of the person who threw it in actually as their UUID. So another little piece of learning here, a UUID is essentially the behind the scenes string of numbers that identifies each player individually. So even two players that have very similar names might have vastly different UUIDs. So for the sake of plugin development, it's a lot better to track a UUID than it is to track a player name. It's just way more robust, way more accurate. So first thing that I wanted to clean up was, instead of telling it to print in the console the name, the UUID, these random string of numbers, I actually want the person's name because that's just going to be way easier for me to see. So I'm going to change that one tiny little piece of code here and just say player name instead. Okay, sometimes though it might return null. For example, the player was never online on this server. So optionally, we can make our code even more robust and say, if this was an offline player, then we're going to not understand what it is. So let's have it patch this into the full void item manager now. Yes, please. Alrighty, so we're waiting for it to spit out this code. And we're going to come down to the section. So one of the things that I mentioned yesterday is we want to try to write really clean code. So the fact that we add these little headers and comments just helps us not only be able to visually identify really quickly where we need to modify our code. So I can look at what ChatGPT is spitting out to me and know that I can kind of scroll past a lot of this and know that we're trying to get to right above retrieve and clear. Retrieve and clear here, retrieve and clear here. We can see that the piece that we're going to be modifying is right up here. Store. So this line here lines up with this line here, and basically everything underneath it. I mean, this is also the same, but basically this line is all of this. So we're adding quite a little bit here. So let's do that. Oops, I'm going to grab from here, come here. The other thing I like to mention is that when we are writing code, it is very, very particular about how we say things. All these little punctuations, all of that is really, really important. So you're going to see me copy and pasting a lot. So that way we don't make any of those mistakes and we can just make sure that it's not from a spelling error, if you will, that our plugin doesn't work, because we could figure it out. We'll get told that there's a spelling error, but debugging those spelling errors or those syntax errors is what they're called, are really time consuming and kind of tedious. So if we can just avoid them from the very beginning, that's way better. So, all right. Let's add a debug mode and move all of our loggers to only show when debug mode is on. So this is going to allow us to basically keep all this debugging in the code without having to then go back and remove it. And a server owner can turn it on or turn it off, or in our case, in testing, we can turn it on and turn it off, and it'll just make our lives a lot nicer. So we don't have to go and delete all this code that we added just for testing, if you will. So I'm basically saying let's do that now before we do any more testing, so that we kind of have ChatGPT remember that anytime we ever add a logger, we're going to be able to turn that on and off. So I'm going to just go back to our files just a little bit and find that config.yml. Now, we kind of have two main branches. Once you get into, and these files and the name of the folders are pretty ubiquitous across any plugin that you make, with some exceptions. But basically, you're always going to have the name of your plugin as the first kind of main file, and within it, you're going to have a source file. You won't have target right away because target is assuming that you already compiled the plugin once. And then I have a lot of these other little files, but mainly source is always going to be there. Main's always going to be there. And then you're going to have two diverging paths. You're either going to have Java or you're going to have resources. In this case, we're looking for our config.yml, and that will always be in your resources. And so if any of you have ever done server development, when you go and open up a config in the files that plugin creates, the plugin developer had to make the original config, and so that's what you're seeing. So if I were to open this up, this is exactly what you as a server owner would see when you actually go to open up the plugin. So I'm going to make a little change here. I realized in testing last night that didn't really make sense to do world and world nether. So we're going to make the default world underscore the underscore end. That's how we can call out to the main end dimension. I'm going to assume that people want to use this in a void world. They may not, but since this is just a default and they can come in here and change this whenever they want, that's what I'm going to set. I'm going to add at the bottom this debug option, and we're going to make it default to false So again, I really dislike it when you'll see things that are defaulted to on when they shouldn't be, or the defaults are just weird. So we're going to try to be mindful of that in our code, really thinking from the perspective of a server owner. What would they want to see? What features would they want to see? And try to build our code accordingly, because after all, we are making this plugin for servers to then be able to use and offer these features to their players. Okay, I don't know what that was all about. I need to go to my moderating tool. Sorry here, folks. Give me 1 second here. All right. Okay. Let me take care of that. All right. Problem solved. Moving on. Here we go. All right. So we added our debug mode so we can toggle that on and off. That's going to be in our config. Then we're at, so that is just allowing the server owners to turn it on and off, but that doesn't actually add the functionality. I'm just going to line this up real quick, keep things looking really nice and organized. And I like to add all these comments so that when a server owner actually goes to interact with the plugin, they know what they're doing. You know, each line isn't a mystery. I mean, maybe it's self-explanatory, but adding those little extra comments are just going to make it that much easier for a server owner to understand when I change this to true and false, what am I actually changing? What am I actually doing? When I write in a number, what does that number mean? You know, is it in, so sometimes things will happen in seconds, right? We're going to try to make it very obvious that this is a delay in seconds. So it specs a number that is a seconds number. So this is 60 seconds. If we didn't actually call out in seconds and we instead wanted ticks, if you will, and ticks are just a piece of knowledge about the Minecraft game where you just have to know, it's just a knowledge that you acquire over time, that there are 20 ticks to every single second. So if we wrote it in ticks and we expected ticks and you wrote 60, that would only be 3 seconds. So it's really nice to be very clear with our wording so that the people who come behind you and actually are using what you build know what the heck they're doing when they want to interact or modify or change things. So with that little rant out of the way, let's go ahead and save the config and now actually build the functionality. So we're going to come back to our main. We're going to now, instead of going to resources, jump to Java, and that's where a lot of our like actual fundamental files are that build out the functionality. We're going to go into dev, then ArZor, then the name of the plugin, and now we're going to go into one of our different sections here. We have our config manager. So again, we try to be really mindful of the way we name things. When I see config manager, I know that that's going to be under a manager. When I see auth listener, I know that it's going to be under my listener folder. So it just is really helpful for not only making the plugin, but debugging the plugin, adding on features if you're really, really mindful of how you name things, because it makes it really easy to go back and change things. So config manager. Here we go. It wants us to add this little line, public static boolean if debug mode enabled. And so essentially this is adding what's called the class, building in that functionality to be able to turn debug mode on or off. So, alrighty, let us do this. Say, I'm going to tell it this is our current config manager. This is our current config manager. Please send me a fully updated version. Okay. We could try to figure out where this needs to go, but I'm just showing you can heavily utilize AI to just do it for you. So we already have our different categories, minion behavior, leaderboards, reload. So we need to figure out where did it decide to stick the debug, got behaviors, boss, item blacklist, general settings, plugin, and configuration. Now, did it add it here? It did. Okay, so it added under general settings. Alrighty. Here we go. This is a little piece of code that we're going to be adding. And we're going to be mindful of this line. So I like to kind of grab the line before it, that when I go to copy and paste, I know that I got it in the right place. So there's our config manager all cleaned up. All right, let me know when you're ready to proceed with migrating logger calls to respect debug mode. I'll do that line by line. I am ready. Let's do it. All right, we have our config manager with the debug mode toggled in config.yml, config.yml, and a new is debug mode getter. So we're done there. I believe is debug mode enabled. Yes. All right, great. This enables debug mode filtering for all logger calls across the plugin. Let me know when you're ready for the next logger utility update. Just gonna double check its work, make sure I am understanding that did what we wanted correctly. Okay, so this time it actually made it in a separate section. I'm actually happy about that. I'm gonna undo what we just did, and this just makes it really clear that there is a debug mode. So I actually like that a little bit better. Okay, let's go ahead and save that. All right, let me know when you're ready for the next logger utility update. I'm ready. I'd like to go back into this void item manager that we were working on, but we need to add a debug. Perfect. Here's a logger utility class you can drop into your utils package. All right, we're gonna come back and we're gonna make a utility specifically for debugging. And we'll be able to add basically all of our debug messages right in here rather than placing them individually inside each of the different files. So just make building out additional debugs much, much easier. So one other little tip, if for anyone that's potentially thinking about following along, I was showing yesterday that when you go to make a file in Windows, and I'm going to be building everything in Windows, so I'm sorry for people who are on Macs. I don't know how to use a Mac. So the translations are going to have to be on your own time. I couldn't tell you how this works on a Mac. So we're going to assume that people are on Windows. Anyway, one of the things you're going to want to make sure to do is in your file explorer, you're going to want to go to View, Show, and then file name extensions. You want to make sure that's checked because if not, what can happen is you think you're creating a plugin or creating a file called debuglogger.java. What you're actually doing is making a file called debuglogger.java.txt because it's a text file. So we want to override the type of file it is, not just the name of the file. So having those extensions being shown allows us to basically override the type of file. So here we go, new text document. So here, if I were to just do Control V, you'd see that that's that .java.txt, and this is what would happen kind of invisibly behind the scenes if you don't have those extensions shown. So instead, I highlight the part that includes the txt and then actually enter it. Now, we are going to get a warning. This is on purpose. Windows is saying, hey, do you really want to rename this file? Because if you change the file type and you don't know what you're doing, you can completely destroy, corrupt, make that file worthless. So we know what we're doing. We are going to say yes, and then open up that file, copy and paste from what ChatGPT gave to us. So, okay, use this in any class. Let me know when you're ready to refactor. Okay, can we add any of our debug messages here in the debug logger.java instead of the individual files? If we can, why should or shouldn't we? So we're also going to use ChatGPT as a learning tool. We might have these ideas of like, oh, it's a good idea to centralize all our debug messages, but maybe it's a bad idea. Pros and cons of centralized messages. Consistency, all log messages will go through one location, making it easier to standardize formatting, easier changes. We want to add the log text later, or change it in one place, translation. Future, we could localize logs, or toggle better filtering. We could assign letters, blah, blah, blah. Reduce context. You lose the local meaning of logs. It's harder to understand log flow when reading a specific class, more direct, jumping back and forth between files just to trace a log line can increase this cognitive load. Overkill for small projects. If the plugin has 50 log statements, centralized log messages may be unnecessary. Represent recommended hybrid. Yeah, I like this idea of a hybrid approach. So we're not losing when we're reading through the code context of what's happening, but we also can have a more centralized place. Let's stick with inline e-class. Okay. Uh, let's do a hybrid mode where there is a centralized logger file, but still add something in the methods themselves so we don't lose context. Okay. I'll prepare a debug logger with the help methods calls from management. While we proceed with that. Yes, we kind of already have one, but let's just see if it changes it. Oh, okay. I don't like it when it pulls this out. Sometimes it just decides I want to answer in Canvas instead of actually answering in chat. I don't like it, so I don't want it to answer in chat instead. Okay. Paste log helps, config value logs, skip logs. Okay. We do want to change this. All right, I figured as much. All right. I can help update the files that should be calling debug logger. Okay, let's get rid of this. We don't need you. All right. Let's move along back to void item listener. List. I am having trouble spelling this word. Okay. All right. Great. We'll now update item void listener.java to use the new centralized debug logger while still keeping contextual clear inline calls where it helps during QA. Perfect. I am happy with that. Making sure it didn't randomly decide to delete something, skip if not tracked, skip if not truly falling into the void, try to detect reasonable players. Okay. I think we are missing canceling despawn and tracking anonymous void items. Okay, let's make sure. Cancel despawn once the item is tracked to preserve its temporarily. Track items without a player. Fault condition enabled. Log anonymous tracking clearly or debug. Okay. Before we modify the config, I also want to add the ability to track thrown items or mobs, like arrows. items, etc. Kind of breaking our flow here a little bit, but since we're already in this file, I just wanted to add these additional lines. Okay, I don't think it's fully understanding me, but that's okay. We'll kind of come back to this void item, our item void listener. Let's go make those changes to the config in the config manager, and then come back and actually build out the functionality into the item void listener. So give me just a sec, folks. I'm gonna mute myself, take a little drink. I will be right back in like 2 seconds. Okay, there we go. That's a little better. All right. My voice is going to take a little bit of a beating this next week, so I'm going to try to stay hydrated. Do my best. Alrighty. Moving on back to the config. So that's going to be in our resources and in our config. And let's add a section for void items. Excuse me. Drop behavior. Let's see if we have a logical place. Item filtering. It's a little section called item tracking. And then we'll add these things. Okay. Let's just line this up so it looks pretty with the rest of our comments. Okay. And then in our config manager, so we're going to go back to main, go to Java, dev, ArZor, VoidMonster, and then our managers. And we're going to go to config manager. Here we go. Actually add this little guy here. Item blacklist. We'll do it after. Oops. Didn't want to do that. That could have been bad. That could have broken some stuff, having that extra spacing in. Okay. Paste this in. Let's move it over. Add our double slashes. Get rid of that. And now we have a little section for item tracking. There's some extra lines there. Okay. Grab all that. Actually, I want to tell it, please indent this for spaces. Okay. That way it'll just give us copy and pastable ready code, and we don't have to add all those spaces in for each individual line manually. So, okay, that takes care of that. And then I actually question, will this work for any void, i.e. overworld and nether? So by default, we are adding a list of worlds that we want to track. And so that's the very first thing in the config. I'll show you here. Come back. I'm going to assume that people really just want to use it for the end, so that will be the default, but you could add any worlds. If you wanted to add the overworld, if you wanted to add the nether, if you wanted to add a custom dimension, you just come into the config, add those worlds, and they will be tracked by the plugin. So I'm going to assume it's the end that we're actually worried about, because the likelihood that someone is going to end up in the void in the overworld because they managed to break bedrock, pretty slim. Or if they are in the nether again, having to break bedrock, pretty slim chance. So we probably would want to add some logic if we're going to assume it's not a void world, because right now we're telling the plugin to assume that items that go past Y0 are going to be the issue. So if it was an overworld or a nether, it's going to start tracking all kinds of weird things. So you actually bring up a good point. We should add some sort of protection so that if it happens to be a overworld or a nether, we're not going to start tracking at 0. So let's make let's make a, how do I phrase this? Um, a fail safe. So if a overworld or nether dimension is added to the worlds, we don't start tracking at y equals 0, but instead at y equals negative 65. Okay, good call out. Did not think of that in the original design, so that would be pretty important. So we'll make sure to add that in as one of the stretch goals. All right. So now we're going to go back to void item manager and build out those features. Add item to storage. So that's the section we're going to be changing. And we've got a lot of different things here. So we're just going to grab, please indent this and all other future methods by 4 spaces. There we go. Okay. Try to get it to learn in the future so we don't have to keep requesting it every single time. Please indent with 4 spaces. Please indent with 4 spaces. Because, and the reason why we do that, just for some clarity here, is it will, sorry, all these methods are always going to be indented by 4 spaces because the very first line is always going to be that singleton instance, which I explained. I actually had to look this up from last stream, and I apologize if I'm repeating yourself, but for anyone new, a singleton instance is essentially like a lock. We don't want this file or this whole .java to be loaded in to the plugin more than once. And so if a method wants to use this class, void item manager, it has to have the right key. So us creating this lock essentially allows the plugin to work properly without duplications, if you will. So just getting that out of the way, that one always starts farthest to the left. And then anytime you add methods, those are always going to come in 4. And then the next, it's always in groups of 4. So you'll see that this is another 4 from there. This is another 4 from there. So each essentially layer is always 4 spaces in from the last one. So that's why I'm asking it to indent by 4 spaces, because it's never going to not be indented by 4 spaces for the methods. So let's take this whole thing, paste in all of that. And now we've got quite a lot going on here. And I think I didn't even grab all of it. I did not. Oh, hold on. We did. That is the same, and that is the same. Okay. Okay. Is this using the new logger features though? Yes, it's using the new logger feature. Okay, cool. Just wanted to double check. All right. Okay. Let's move on to why the summon command did not work. Not working. Let's go step by step to likely causes. Open the plugin.yml. Okay, let's do that. So plugin YML is also going to be one of the resources. This won't actually end up being shown to the server owners, but it does need to be in this location. And this is some core fundamentals to when we're building out the plugin, how it knows what our commands are, what our permissions are, some basic information of like what version is the plugin, what API version is it built against? Is it built against 1.18 Minecraft, 1.19 Minecraft, 1.21, whatever? And if anyone were to ever open up the plugin.yml, we also had little notes for them. So in this case, this plugin is going to require paper 1.21.4 or newer and Java 21 or newer. So if you don't have that, this plugin isn't going to work. So just throwing that out there if anyone was curious. So we have this command. We currently have, oops, space that down a bit. Okay. Apologies for clearing my throat here. It's just a little sore. One sec. Okay. All right. What's your command class's name? What is it sound? Okay. All right. Search structure is a single base command. Aliases with subcommands. Throw one wrong. Command registration. You confirmed this is in plugin. Yes. Somewhere on enable, we need to make sure that, hold on. We made some changes there. That's why. Okay. In our main kind of core file that actually runs the functionality, that's our voidmonster.java. We want to make sure that when we boot up the plugin, essentially, that certain things are happening. So let's just make sure, get void command set executor, execute new command. If it's missing, the command will slightly fail or return unknown. So this is our plugin lifecycle. I bet that's probably the problem. This is our current plugin lifecycle. Okay, it's solid, confirms the plugin is initializing correctly since the plugin.yml is valid and your lifecycle calls register commands. It just does it as registered commands. Please verify your registered command methods include. So let's actually see if our registered commands. Okay, that's probably the issue. We don't have anything on registered commands. We don't have listeners. I think we need to fully build out our component registration. Here is what it looks like currently. It is very bare bones. Let's fully build out all three component registration methods. Register managers, register commands. Okay, so yeah, we're basically saying that we just had a lot of placeholders there, and so the plugin wasn't even doing anything at all because we weren't registering any of our commands, any of our managers, any of our listeners. So even though we told the plugin to start up, we didn't tell it to tie into any of the code that we made. So again, when we were building out all of these files, we were really just doing it quick and dirty, having AI throw a bunch of stuff in, a lot of placeholder values. So it made sense that a lot of stuff isn't working right out of the gate. So let's go ahead. Please indent again. I'm going to have to tell it. Please, once again, indent by 4 spaces. And remember this for the future. Okay. Here, there, and we've got a little bit of an extra one there, so don't need that. Okay. Then we would like to now finish command voidmonster.java. Yes, we would. So then we know that we're going to be in commands. Command summon boss or command voidmonster. Okay. I'm going to have it clarify that for me. One sec here. So we have a command summon boss and a command void monster. Why is this? Oops. Let's start doing command void monster handles the void monster command. Self commands under one root command. Yeah. Delete command summon boss entirely. No, I don't want a specifically different one. Let's delete that. Okay. That makes way more sense. Okay. Nope. Let's just do that. You know what? I might have too hastily deleted that. One sec here, folks. Let me get that back. I need to go into my trash. One sec here. Bear with me here. Um, Sorry. Oops. Don't want that. Did not mean to move that. I meant to move you. Hmm. Sorry about this. Give me just one sec. There we go. All right. Sorry, that was probably a little bit jarring. Clean that up. Put that over there. All right. Now, where the heck did that disk go? What I just opened up. Okay. Hold on. I need to change something. I need to change which screen is my primary. This is going to be important moving forward. Okay. All right. It is my primary, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Not sure why I decided to throw all my icons on my secondary one. So that's always fun. Oh my goodness, this little stupid thing. All right, come on here, buddy. Work with me, computer. All right. Recycle bin. That's what I wanted. Thank you. All right. Command summon boss. Let's pull that back out. There we go. All right. Just in case, I'll keep that up in the future. So we want you there. Okay. There we go. Problem solved. Oh boy. All right. All right. Yes. Here is command. Oops. Command summon boss. Java. And here is. Oops. Nope. That's wrong. If I do it like that, command. Hold on. I'm confusing myself. This is a problem. Okay, here's command summon boss. Here is command summon boss.java. So basically, I'm just having it make sure that I'm not accidentally deleting functionality that I needed to import into command VoidMonster. And here is command VoidMonster. Please merge these two as appropriate. All right, let's see what it spits out. Okay, so now we don't need summon boss. We're just going to keep void monster. Okay. No. Alrighty. Making sure. Okay, so yeah, we're basically removing this little guy since we got rid of that. Okay. Let's try this. All right. Think we are ready. Now let's delete it. Now fully functions. If you'd like your tab complete next. So yeah, I would like to actually make the tab completion. That way, when we go to, oh, sorry, I must have moved around a little bit of my stream. I am so sorry, people. One sec here. Nope. Hold on. How do I grab you as a whole? I think I need to do this. What's happening here? Oh, I'm a dum-dum. Hold on. Oh my goodness. I will get better at this. Bear with me here. This is only day 2. All right. There we go. Had to clean up that stream a little bit. Saw that bots got moved. All right. Let's do the tab completion. I'd like to look at the tab completion next. Getting a little warning about the stream being keyframe interval too high. Are you guys noticing anything weird with the stream? Is everything okay? Just wanted to double check. You guys can hear me okay? The audio is not too loud, too soft, music-wise. Quality's decent. Hopefully it's better than decent, but there's no glaring issues with it. Okay, cool. Thanks, Bacon. Thanks for confirming. All right. All right, step 1, implement tab completer. Create or update this file. Command void monster tab.java. We don't have that file. make a centralized tab complete fill. Here's why to use a centralized tab complete utility reusability, clean separation, easier expansion. Let's create it. Let's name tab completion handler. Okay. Oh, seeing some little messages come on. Okay. Is there background music that you're playing? Otherwise, I don't know if there's anything wrong with the stream. Oh, you guys can't hear the background music. There should be. If there is, that is unfortunate that you're not hearing it. I did try to remember to add it before the stream, but again, I'm still learning here. No music. Okay. Let's take a little pause. We're at a decent little spot here. I'm going to try to clean up this little background music. So bear with me, and I will actually kind of just show you guys that process because, again, I'm learning. I kind of don't really know what I'm doing. I'm grabbing these pieces, so let's learn live together. All right. Background music playing via VLC is not being heard on stream. Let me fix this. All right, let's find out. Here's how to fix background music not being heard on stream via VLC. Make sure VLC is playing the right audio amount. I don't know how live streams we're getting. Yeah, we're kind of learning live. I am only 2 days into this. I tried to cram as much knowledge into my brain as possible the 3 days prior, but I really only have about 5 days of knowledge about streaming. So I appreciate you guys bearing with me. So make sure that I'm in VLC and actually doing something. All right, so I'm going to pull this little guy over so you can see this as a program that I'm using. I am playing the music. I can hear it, but you guys can, which is a little unfortunate. So at the bottom, let all settings view. I don't see that. Let's go to audio. Let's make sure we're on. Okay, that didn't help us very much. ChatGPT, I can't tell. Toggle playlist, show extended settings. Aha. Maybe this is what it wanted. Advanced. No, it's just equalizers and video effects and audio effects. That didn't help us, ChatGPT. Output modules to run sound on Windows Media device, whatever works. Playback, maybe? Media. Birthday stream? I don't think that's what we wanted. I am not sure what's going on here. I'm using. I can hear the audio in my headphones. Okay, VLC is working, but stream isn't picking up. Here's the fastest fits tailored to your stream. So, not heard on streams. Yes, I can hear it, but no, none of that. Okay. So, I need to go to my audio settings. Make this a little bit larger for myself. Okay, go to settings, bottom left, and then audio. Settings, audio. Okay. Under desktop audio, set it the same output device you're hearing VLC through. Example, headphones. Desktop audio is headphones. Interesting. I don't know how last. Oh, I see Twitch YouTube chat merged. Oh, that's kind of cool that you guys are able to see them merged. I can see them merged. I didn't think you guys could. Oh, you're seeing them in the live stream. Yes, yes, yes. That's because I am broadcasting that to them being merged. Okay, I think I figured it out. Maybe? Now you guys hearing music? And if so, is it too loud or too quiet? And if you guys aren't hearing anything at all, that's another problem. I'm going to turn it up even more. Let me know if that's too loud now. I'll wait for you guys to respond a little bit. But I found the issue. I just wasn't actually, I had that output for the sound just muted. Okay, cool. And it's at a good volume, I'm going to assume. All right, I'm going to move on. There we go. We got this figured out. Wasn't too hard. Didn't take us too long. Okay, let me go back to where we were. Go back to the Void Monster. Boss spawning and tracking. Oh, nope, that's not quite the one. Here we go. All right, we wanted to do a tab complete handler. That's what we were doing. All right, give me 1 sec here. I need to take a little drink. 1 sec. I'm also just going to take this moment. I see that we have 8 people viewing, so thank you so much for everyone that's here. I am trying to speedrun my way to affiliate for those who maybe aren't familiar with Twitch. I mean, I would assume so if you're on Twitch. But affiliate is basically the kind of first milestone that I'm trying to reach. What that will allow me to do is actually start monetizing these videos and be able to take this from a little more than just a hobby. So if you like what I'm doing, I would really appreciate the follows. That'll help me in moving forward towards that goal of 50 followers. So once again, thank you for watching. And if you think that I've earned it, I would appreciate the follow. So, all right, let's move on. Tab complete handler. So we are going to put the handler. I don't think I want to call it handler because we're just not calling it those kinds of things. We're calling them storage. We're calling them commands. We're calling them listeners. Managers. I think I want to call this one a utils. Okay. I don't want to call it a handler. We haven't used that naming convention yet. We should call it a util. Okay, yes, that makes more sense. And now it wants to generate it. Okay, so let's make this file. Take this. Make a new text document, but not actually a text document. Make it into a .java. Move forward with a warning. Open up this blank file. Please paste code here in chat. Now, it's saying I could download it. For the sake of you guys watching the stream, I'm going to try to tell it to always put it in chat so you can actually see what it's outputting. Okay. I'm glad we got that audio fixed. I was totally unaware. All right. So, just a little recap. Since this is a new file, I want to kind of explain structure here. This header up at the top, again, I think I mentioned it before. I've trained ChatGPT that this is the style of code that I like, and so it knows to do that moving forward. So I always put this big header up at the top, explains what this file is doing. Then we are explaining to the plugin where this file lives. So we're spelling out its exact file path. We're importing all the different little puzzle pieces and building blocks that we'll need to actually then be able to manipulate. So we now have a little section called tab completion, which is the start of basically adding in tab completions. So if we need to add more, we'll add them here in the future, these sub-tab completions. So if you've ever run like a plugin that had multiple layers deep, so for example, and another plugin that I'm working on, we have a set command, and then what are we setting that is another layer deep. So you have to build those a little bit different, and then filter a list based on what the user has typed. Okay. So far, we just have a reload and a stats and a summon, so that's why it only added those 3 in there. Okay. Yes. Let's register this utility. So if we build the utility, but then don't actually tell the plugin it exists, then it doesn't do us any good, and we can't actually use what we just built. So, yeah. Let's go back to VoidMonster, our .java, and then we're going to do command registration. So we have component registration. Now we're going to add command registration. And if you guys can recall, I told it, moving forward, please indent everything by 4 spaces. So now here's an example of it remembering that. I don't have to tell it every time. I can just copy and paste. So, all right, let's make sure we add this correctly. And then paste that in. Now we have our command registration. I'm pretty sure we're going to go ahead and compile it. So, nope, we don't want to do that. We're good for now. Are we ready to compile and test the item tracking and summon command? Or do we need to have a look at any other files? So just double checking that we're on task, we're on pace, we've taken care of everything we needed to. We've made quite a lot of changes, and we just want to take this fairly slow and methodical, because if we just completely run and we don't test anywhere in the process, we won't really know when things went wrong. So we have our plugin that we manipulated, we did void item detection, optional tests before testing. Do you want to verify a boss manager spawn boss is implemented handles the list item correctly? Any file storage saving preferred, whether your world is included in tracked worlds. I think we are still missing a data.yml file and saving to it. Let's actually do that real quick before we compile. I wiped up on plugin reload. I'll restart. Let's persist the state again. So add some data to the void item manager. Create and load data YML and plugins data folder. So we have data. I don't think it actually belongs in here. I believe it belongs in resources. Shouldn't data.yml be in resources? And it's an important distinction. Data model should not be in resources. Oh, hold on. I understand. So data should be created and saved in the plugins data folder. Okay, fair enough. I was wrong. Java, dev, ArZor, VoidMonster. Okay, so data, new. Okay. Now, okay, so that makes me question. Oops. Question if we don't need data.yml because we called them something different. I'm pretty sure this is actually the actual real thing that we did. Different. We have, oops, we have the following files within, oops, VoidMonster, and then data. A leaderboard store, oops, leader, oh my gosh, I can't type tonight. I'm trying to do it too fast. Java, void, death, leader, board, storage, void, death, storage.java, and void item storage.java. Yep, we don't need a separate data as those storage class reading for that probably one their own. We have to save something. The file ends up in resources. Let's quickly verify void item storage, create and save something like void item. Oh, file ends up in void items. Can you show me void item storage code so I can confirm it's good? Here is that code block. Just double check it's actually storing these things. We do not need a separate data. We're already handling it, everything with void items.yml inside the plugins folder. I don't think we have a void items.yml. Where should I look for this void items.yml file? Just double check we don't actually have it somewhere. Let's feed it this. This is, oops, this is our current file structure. And then here's another really cool thing that AI can do. We can take screen grabs and show it exactly what we have inside our folder. Okay. This is what that looks like. Okay. Let's see if it tells us is your Java source tree, which is correct for development. Just to clarify, there is nowhere will appear. Okay. So it's compiled into a jar. Where to look for void items? This is blah, blah, blah. We definitely do not have, we definitely do not have a void items.yml anywhere. Oh, I see so, okay. Okay, so I wouldn't make the file inside the code base, but I should see the file once the plugin loads in my server files. Is this correct? Ah, we don't actually need to create it. It happens. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. So, knowing that now, are we good to compile? I think we are. Just gonna double triple check. And then we can actually move on to actually, instead of just looking at a bunch of code, put it on the server, try it out, see what happens, go from there. All right, let's go ahead and compile. So to compile, here's what we're going to do. We're going to open up a command prompt. We're going to run it as an administrator. And we're going to navigate directly to where we have all these files on our server. Or sorry, on our computer. So it's going to default to C Windows System 32. We don't want that. So what we're going to do is we're going to back that up, do cd .. It's going to take it up one level. We'll do that one more time. Now I know that I have placed this folder, VoidMonster, directly in the root of C, so I can just do cd VoidMonster. I just started typing V, and I don't have any other thing called V, so I can just hit tab and enter it. Once we're inside here, we're utilizing a plugin called Maven. So we're going to do Maven clean build. Okay, this is the command, if I'm remembering correctly, that is actually going to attempt to compile our plugin. More often than not, you don't get a clean compile success the very first time you run the command. There's usually a little bit of troubleshooting involved. So let's just see what happens. Oops, hold on. I didn't do that right. What's the command to compile again? Ah, I spelled it out and I needed to just shorten it. Okay. I was like, I'm doing something wrong. Here we go. All right, and then we watch to see if we get a clean build success or if we run into some issues. And sure enough, of course, we run into some issues. This is typical plugin building, but it's fine. We're utilizing AI. It can help us find exactly what's going on and how to fix it. Now, we can also just learn to read these logs. I know if anyone's ever seen debug, or not even debug, what's the right word? Error messages. A lot of times they seem very overwhelming and we just skip over them. But oftentimes the message itself is going to tell us exactly what's going wrong. We just have to kind of slow down, think about it a little bit, read it slowly, and then instead of seeing it as a huge block of text that's just so incomprehensible, we can actually just take it line by line, moment by moment, and figure out exactly what's going on. So here's what it's saying. The compiled failed because in our file called voidmonster.java, the register commands is already defined in another place, so we kind of doubled up. So that's kind of an issue. Also, we have an issue with symbols. Can't find it. Here's the exact line. Here's the exact character. So line 47, character 9. Line 48, character 9. So it looks like a lot of our core issues are stemming from this voidmonster.java file, but then we're also having issues with this item void listener and void item manager. So we've got kind of 3 files that are having some issues. So let's open up our void item, or sorry, our voidmonster.java, and feed it these issues. So I just want to make sure I'm grabbing from the right spot. I think here up is going to be the issue. Here are the errors I get when I go to compile. Let's see what it's telling us. Here's what's happening based on your compile errors. Most of these are duplicate methods or missing imports. Let's fix them one by one. So then I'm going to tell it, here's my current code. Please spit out a fixed version. Here is my current VoidMonster.java. Okay. See what it says. Yep, we duplicated register command methods. That made sense. So we have register commands up here. And then we did command registration down there. So, I mean, that made sense why it decided it didn't want to work. Pretty sure we can just get rid of this. I am going to take this little bit of kind of information, cut that, and put you down here. All right. We don't need all that. Okay. Add missing imports. We're also missing imports. That's a problem, isn't it? We want this to be our source of truth, but then we're not even telling it all the different other files that exist. Okay, and we're going to have to come back here and build out a lot more than just this. So this should give us some core stuff. Okay. Then I also want to tell it we had some issues with our item void listener. We also got these errors. Origin is already defined in method on item despawn. So we can twice the same method in item void listener. Go to item on item despawn. I don't. Oh, I see. Okay. Yep. And remove second origin declaration. Keep only one. Somewhere below you might have this again. On items. Yeah, I'm not seeing that duplicated. So let me just tell it, here's my current. Here's my current item, void listener.java. Let's see if it can pinpoint for us what's going wrong. I think it can. It's usually pretty smart. I see two exact issues causing it. Remove one of them. We have two optional UUIDs. So we do. Here and here we repeated it. So let's see, do we like the tests try to detect responsible player or identify responsible player? I think let's do the latter. Okay. 2, you wrote config manager allow, but the actual method is track. Oh, yeah, that's a good catch. So instead of allow, it should be track. Yep. So now does our code look identical? If then that looks good. Else if track. Yep, okay. And then we also got rid of the duplicate. So yeah, let's save that. And then our last little mistake. So these are all mistakes we made, but fair enough. You know, we'll still have AI help us fix our mistakes. And then void item manager. This is probably going to be the last one. I also have this error. So let's go back to our managers. Void item manager. So I'm going to show you here, rather than just waiting on an AI, we've got line 65. And something in here it doesn't like. Now I can kind of guess why, but let's just have it try to tell us. Okay. Here is our current void item manager .java. Okay. Is well structured. Here's exactly what we need to do to fix that debug logger error. Add this to the top of file. Ah, okay. That's it. We just forgot an import. That's not too bad. And we're going to do it under these guys. Let's do it here so it stays in nice alphabetical order. Okay, let's try another compile. We might get different errors this time, but we fixed all the previous ones. Yeah, unfortunately our VoidMonster.java is still a little messed up. Okay. Now I get these errors after fixing all of those previous ones. They're caused by structural issues. Yep. Here is my current one. Here is my current code. Let's see if we can get to another successful compile. Ah, okay. Yep. So we closed off our file a little too early. Add tab completion. Right here, this guy is causing a problem. So we have this, which is closing here, but this next one is basically linking back to the very top of our code, basically sandwiching it so that everything in between is valid, but then everything after it is getting forgotten about. So we essentially forgot to remove this little piece, and that should help. Okay. Let's see if that's all it was. Try one more compile here. Still not quite right, but that's because, and we're still in VoidMonster.java, but then we're also in our void item manager. Okay, interesting. Let's just feed it both at the same time. Okay, and then once we get we've been going for about 2 hours now. Once we get a successful build and we load it onto the server, I'm going to go ahead and do about a 30-minute intermission, and then we'll actually come back. Well, let's just say, how about this? We'll see if the summon command actually works. We'll see if it's tracking stuff in the void real quick, and if it is, then that's when we'll take an intermission. Let's do that. A little bit of a payoff for all of this debugging and changing and modifying. So, all right. Perfect. Those two errors directly tied to the debug logger. Yeah, I figured because we all of a sudden added this idea of adding debug kind of after the fact. So utilities, debug logger, add these messages to debug logger to include. Okay. Here is my current. Oops. Debug logger. .java. You're calling this because it doesn't have this method. You're calling this, but your class has this. Okay. Keep your current set and naming conventions. Do this minimal fits. Add these two methods to the bottom of the debug. Okay. So again, this bracket is capping the entire thing in between. So we don't want to add it after that. We want to add it before. Because if we don't, anything we change is just basically worthless. Okay. Please indent this by 4 spaces. Okay, let's see if that was sufficient. So it looks like we just kind of forgot a little piece of code. Let's try this again. Oh, still no. That doesn't look any different. I don't think what we just did actually addressed the heart of the issue. Still getting this after that change. Now, I'm pretty sure. Oh, actually, no. Nope, it is within the utilities debug logger. This is import. Right under the other imports. Add. Do we have that? Java plugin. We don't. Okay. That would make sense. Let's try this again. Okay. We'll get there eventually, I promise. Oh, this is a good sign. So far, so good. Build success. Heck yeah, that's always so rewarding when you see build success. Oh my goodness. Okay. We can actually take a functional jar file and put it on the server. Let's do that. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. This is always a big moment when you get a compiled plugin and you're like, I can actually use it. Okay. So I'm going to utilize a plugin, or not, sorry, a program called WinSCP. Now, I unfortunately can't show it on stream. There's a lot of data in WinSCP as far as logins for your actual console. So if anyone is interested, it's an FTP client, which essentially just stands for File Transfer Protocol. It allows us to almost remotely monitor our server and very easily, without having to go onto a website, manipulate the files on our server. So, but we do that in a secured manner, so we have to have passwords and we have to have usernames, and so we just don't show that on stream for the sake of protecting our server. Now, it is a test server, so it would be the end of the world, but on a production server especially, it would be wise to not reveal that kind of stuff. So okay, so I'm going to take this now properly compiled .jar. Now, we're not completely out of the woods yet, because the real kicker is once we actually load it onto the server itself, that's when we'll know for sure whether or not we actually have a working plugin, if you will. Okay, let me do that. All right, let's go to our console, which I've got on another screen here. And I'm going to go to my testing world. I have uploaded the new jar, so I'm going to go ahead and restart the server. Okay. I'm just waiting for everything to boot up and initialize. And we already previously added some debug messages that let us know when it added or it actually boots up successfully, which it's giving me the all clear. So far so good. Let's actually hop in game and see what happens. So we're going to go over to our server, our testing server. And right out of the gate, I'm going to throw some stuff into the void and see if anything shows up in the console log. Okay, I changed to game mode creative. Come over to the void. Let's just see what happens. Let's throw some oak logs. I'll wait for it. Don't see anything. Okay, so that's some feedback that will feed back into AI. Let's try VoidMonster Summon. So now it's tab completed, which is a good sign. Oh, and we got our VoidMonster. His name is a little funky, but that's okay. We actually got a successful summon. So that is excellent. Now, we're going to take all that what we just saw and what we just learned and then apply it and basically tell AI what just happened. So let's go ahead and take that intermission. We're about, let's see here, just over 2 hours, and I will schedule it for a half hour. So look at your clocks. It's currently 12 after the hour. I will return at 42 after the hour. Okay, folks. See ya in just a little bit. Alrighty, folks. We are back. We are live. We're continuing off where we left, which was we had spawned the Void Monster, and we got a successful plugin, and we got a successful spawn. We are not seeing any items being stored in that void, so hopefully you all got a chance to kind of stretch your legs, get a little snack, a little whatever. I grabbed some dinner myself, so let's get back to it. A little bit recharged and ready to go. Okay. First off, I'm just going to double check my sound settings. It looks like we're good. I am seeing everything looking good on the actual streams themselves. So, all right, let's do this. So we got a little void monster that's been flying around here, attacking everything in sight. It looks like it ended up settings. Let's just double check. Okay, I think I cut out there for a second. Hold on here. Okay, yep, we're back. All right, sorry about that, folks. Headset just decided to crap out on us. All right, so we got our void monster. Here he is. We got a little bit of issue where the name is off, and we see that there a little bit of an issue with the fact that no items got stored. So let's see if we can figure that out next. Let me just give this guy a good little. Let's do /kill at e type equals wither, and then okay. All right. So let's go ahead and do this. All right, so we get a successful spawn, but the name's messed up. So let's feed that into our plugin. Now, I am going to start a new chat. Basically, it can happen where if you let the chat go for too long, it's trying to keep all of that in memory. And so it can take quite a while to get your responses back because it's trying to recall everything we last talked about. And it's a little bit cleaner to just go ahead, make a new chat, and say we're going to continue where we left off with the VoidMonster plugin development. Let's continue off. Continue where we left off. with our VoidMonster plugin development. Okay, now we're going to say here is what we observed when we loaded up the plugin and threw some items into the void and summoned the boss. Okay, 1. We did not get any confirmation that the items had been stored. No message in game or in our console. I'm just going to double check that. And let me just make sure I'm pulling that up. Okay. Need my screens to be in the right order. Keep liking to hide behind everything else. I keep telling my computer to put this one on top, and it doesn't listen to me. There we go. Okay. So, yeah. All right. So, oh my goodness. Too many screens open. I gotta get another monitor. All right. Here's what we observed. Observe. Okay, and that's development, no messages in game or in the server console. When we summoned boss, we were told no void items stored and that the boss had been summoned, had appeared, and had been summoned at our location. Excuse me there. However, its name was dark_purple void monster. When we killed the boss, we did get the message. Oops. She had been killed by the default game text in white, and we got our custom message as well. Okay, folks, I'm just gonna mute myself for 1 sec. Give me just a moment here. Sorry about that. I'm not hearing the music myself. I just want to double check that that is actually playing for the stream. 1 sec here. I do not see that it is still playing. Okay, hold on, folks. Give me a sec. It looks like we ran out of our music. So let's go and actually have multiple files. Okay. Let's add all of you. Open. We're also going to add, let's do Let's pick these ones. Okay, there we go. Okay, hold on. Something's not quite right. Let me try this one more time. Sorry, my voice is still a little messed up. Let me try to see if I can clear my throat here. One sec. Okay, hopefully that's a little bit better here. Media, open folder. Let's go to our sounds. Let's do these today. Okay. Does look like we're getting something, but it's just a little quiet. Okay, that looks like it's a little loud for you guys. Turn that down just a tad. Let's try this. Okay, you guys let me know if that's too much. Hopefully it's good. Unless I hear otherwise, I'm going to assume we're good. All right. We're picking back up where we left off, just putting in some of this observations that we've seen when we actually tried to test the plugin once we got it inside the game. So we didn't get any confirmation that it had been stored, no messages in the game. So I'm sorry. This is still a little too loud for me. It's fine. Okay, cool. I am actually just going to turn it down just a tad bit on my end. Turn it up a little on your guys' end. Okay, let's try that. All right. Summoning the boss, we were told that no items had been stored. The boss had appeared and been summoned at our location. However, it was a weird name. So I think we've put in all the information that we need to tell it. All right, and then I'm just going to rename this one. Live, our QA testing part 1. And then let's actually put this under our project. Okay, just keeping our thoughts and everything organized. All right, so let's just make sure it understood us. Current observations, next step. No confirmation that items were stored. No in-game message was no log output, even in debug mode. Ooh, I don't actually know if we have debug mode on. That might be why. Hold on. I did not check that. Let's do that real quick. Let's just make sure we're not going crazy. And we had debug mode, but we just forgot to turn it on. We have our old config. Okay, I see what's going on. So that would definitely cause some problems. All right, let's go ahead. I'm going to rename that file as old. And then I'm going to restart the server so we get a new clean config file, making sure that debug mode is actually turned on. So, all right, here we go. Restarting the server. Okay. And then I'm going to just make sure that we got our new config file all nice and clean. And there's the debug mode. So let's make sure we turn this on to true. And then I'll restart the server once more now that we have debug mode running. And I will also make a note for ourselves that we need to make Debug mode should be able to be toggled on and off live in game. Okay. Now let's see if we actually get anything. Server testing. Okay. Let's just throw another right sword in. Throw in some oak logs and some sand and some grass plots. It's also sand. Okay. Nope. Even with debug mode on, we're not getting any of that. So, likely cause, item void listener is not detecting. Void item manager not storing. No logging or player feedback called. Add debug information into listener to make sure. Add the item passes all filters, not blacklisted. Confirm. Okay. Awesome messages. No, even after throwing item void, while still there's no loot. Likely is returning empty. Boss name shows dark purple instead of formatted name. Okay. Death messages work. Meet if it's planned. Would you like me to help with debugging enhancements to item void listener? Let's start with debug enhancements. Let's start with debug enhancements. That's going to help us actually try to identify and actually understand where is it going wrong. Somehow we're throwing stuff in, but nothing's actually happening. We kind of need to get this working because this is the core functionality. This is what the plugin's all about. Throw stuff in void, then something happens with it. So if we don't even have this working, we don't have really any part of our plugin working. So definitely have to make sure we get this working first. So, all right. Let's go ahead and minimize this. We're not going to be working on it for a little while. And we're going to go into item void listener.java. Go into our source, go into our main, go into Java, go into dev, then ArZor, then VoidMonster, and then listeners. All right. Item void listener, item void listener. Okay, let's add debug logs. So we're here. We are, let's see, item despawn, item, stack. Oh, I think we're missing both of these lines. So we actually have some, I think, bigger issues. Okay. Here is our current item void list. Oops. Listener. Looks like we are missing a bunch of stuff. All right. Yeah, it's missing debug logs, feedback, blacklist chats, like core functionality, but we. All right. All right. Okay. Let's do that. All right. Would you like me to help you patch in the debug list command next? Okay. Yes. Let's actually do that now. Let's add a /void command. Oops. Void monster debug command for live toggling. As well as a debug list so we can see a printout of all current items that are in storage. Okay, so we need to go and make some changes to our commands. So we've got our commands and VoidMonster. And then we're going to add both of these. Now what's interesting is the way our logic currently is a little interesting. So we're going to have to see how this fits into our existing situation. This whole switch thing is a little different than your standard kind of layout here. So hold on here. This helps kind of consolidate things, but at the same time, it can make it a little bit tricky to add them. So this method is not one is necessarily better than the other, but just they're different. So it's trying to use this method. We kind of have to explain that we're using a slightly different method of handling our commands. So here we go. Here is our current command void monster.java. Okay. We'll preserve text utility domains. Your permission style. Okay. Please append this to switch to lowercase block. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm gonna tell it to have us redo that, but we also need to just make sure we're updating our debug, or sorry, our plugin.yml so that we include a permission for voidmonster.debug. Okay. Let's throw that here. Make sure we have our proper spacing. And then I'll do this. Allows use, allows toggling of debug mode on and off. Okay. Let's go back to our command void monster. Please send me a full updated, a new full, or a fully updated. Okay. Command void monster. All right. Let's try to make sense of what it changed. There's commands. There's a config, text utilities, location, world, command, execute, answer. Looks like we're adding an item stack and we're adding in lists. Okay, makes sense. We're not changing anything here. We're not really changing anything here. This is kind of the core stuff that we're changing, how all of this gets handled. So let's copy. Let's just make sure it didn't all of a sudden hallucinate and delete any of our other stuff. Handle summon boss, permission check, must be a player, no items, get player location, spawn the mouse manually, help messages. Okay, good. It didn't hallucinate. We still got everything. Let's save that. Loot drop validation. Let's fix the loot drop validation. Okay. Current system. When we kill the boss, we do see the death message, but the boss doesn't drop the stored void items as expected. We don't know. We don't know if it is dropping. Void items as expected yet because we didn't have any items detected due to a bug. Weren't stored properly due to an early issues with linear test possible. Someone with an empty loot list, which explains the last jobs, therefore we'll assume the loot. So before we assume the loot drop system is broken, throw non-blacklist items in the world, run the debug list, confirm summon boss. If the items were stored, they should be passed to the boss. You should not see the yellow message. Boss drops some deaths. Okay. Before we go into testing, let's fix that name of the boss. I want to be able to use hex codes. And hex codes are essentially just a lot more flavorful of as far as the color palette that you have to choose from. You're not like limited to just red, blue, yellow, the wool colors. You can really choose any color. So having the ability to use hex codes would be really, really nice. All right, so we are gonna go step by step. Yes. Let's make the name configurable. And let's make the name and all messages in game configurable in the config.yml. So just building in a lot of that customizability. Okay, so let's go back to our resources. Let's go back to our config. Let's add a message formatting system. Yeah, section. There we go. Okay. Here. Drop that in, and we are good to go. Okay. Boss name. Boss summon success. No items in Battle World. Boss killed. Broadcast. So this is also going to lay the groundwork so that in the future, whenever we add additional messages, ChatGPT is going to know that we're going to automatically want to add them to our config and build out the code in such a way that supports us doing this. Config manager. So main Java dev commands. Oh, sorry. I need to do a manager, config manager. Okay. Let's do Control A, Control C. This is our current config manager.java. Add to the top. Please send a full updated config manager.java. Okay. Login configuration access. Or not. So it looks like we're just adding this little bit here, telling it to load some messages when it starts. Okay. We're adding this whole new section in front of debug mode. All right. Okay. Not bad. Okay, let's just make sure nothing else got changed in the process. Debug mode looks good. 1, 2, 3 in general. 1, 2, 3 in general. 1, 2 in blacklist. Okay, so there is a little bit more that we need to add to item blacklist. Okay, and paste. Great. Item tracking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boss settings, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's good. And I'm just counting because it's a quick little pass to make sure that nothing seems too off. I'm not actually reading them too heavily. More like a quick little scan. 1, 2, 3, 4 for minion behavior. And then 3, 4 leaderboards. And then our reload, we do want to refresh on reload. So important that we went through that methodically. We could have just copy and pasted, but I did want to kind of show what it looks like to just scan, look at it, make sure that we're catching everything. So, okay, would you like the nets file to be boss manager? Would you like? Yes. See, every once in a while it just decides it wants to spit it out on canvas. Okay, here we go. And I'm going to say Control-A, Control-C. This is our current boss manager Java. Did quite a bit of new stuff there, so I want to make sure. Yeah, okay, yeah, because it slimmed down a decent amount. Okay. Rename of player needed based on stored data. Okay, so yeah, we're just changing some things to support the fact that we just moved all those messages into the config. All right. Do we need to update any other files before we test again? Make sure this file includes, so let's just test our text utility. Okay, make sure the file includes a component for mini message. It does. And it has legacy color. Here is our text util.java. And then it's also saying make sure that our config has this and our plugin has this, which it does. Okay, we're ready to test. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to make a new compile because we changed a bunch of stuff, so we have to kind of like remake it. We're always going to make it from scratch each time, and that way we guarantee that it is a completely clean build every single time, no leftovers. And that way, when we go to compile, we also know that if there was an issue, it's because of our current files and not leftovers from some lingering stuff. So, config manager, it didn't quite like what we did, so when we tried to compile, we got this error. Add this, import to the top. Okay, that made sense. All right, oops. Scrolling on the wrong thing. All right, config manager.java. manager, config manager. All the way at the top, we didn't have material. So that, I mean, that makes sense. Okay, let's try that one more time. Command VoidMonster. Okay, so it's now an issue with our commands. Okay. After that fix, we now get these errors. Okay. Fixing debug toggle methods. Well, that makes sense. Okay, let's say here's our current. Here is our current command. Hold on, sorry, we're missing methods in config manager. So even though it says command void monster was the issue, it's actually not. Do we have debug mode? Okay, this is our current debug mode section in config manager. Update this line. Okay, so yeah, it's slightly different wording. So is debug mode. This was is debug mode is enabled, so we just got to trim it down a little bit. I think we just need to do this. Get you in here. So this is it classically not doing it by 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let's see if this is right. This. Okay, that's correct. And then we just need to go into our command void monster once again. And it looks like we just have a slight little spelling error. So I'm going to search for this. So we do Control F. We can search for is debug mode enabled. Takes us right to it. And we're just removing the word enabled. Okay, let's try another compile. See what happens. All right. And still doesn't like command void monster. Okay. We'll get there. As we saw the last time, this usually happens. There's always little tiny stuff that isn't quite right. And that's a void item monster. Okay. To void item manager. Okay, so we gotta go into managers, void item manager. This is our current void item manager. Expose, retrieve and clear. Place this right below get stored count. Get stored count. See if this is what it means. Still not doing the indent. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. This? Okay. Let's see if this did the trick. Aha, so far so good. Another build success. Heck yes. Okay. That means if we come back into main, oh, sorry, source. One step further, target. Okay. Well, it's the same. We're not actually seeing an update here, but it is a different plugin. So, all right. I am also going to make sure that I rename the config this time inside the server so we get a fresh config. We're going to grab this file, bring it over onto our server, and restart. Okay. And this is kind of like just laying the groundwork. If we can get items being detected, we can get the boss summoned, when we kill it, we actually get the items, we can really start building onto it. So for 2 days, we're actually making incredible progress. I know sometimes it can look a little bit slow. We're having to go in here, make this little change here, fix this little error, back and forth, back and forth. That is how a lot of plugin development, that's how it goes. And it might seem like a little bit of a struggle as we're going back and forth, but then there's that like big payoff moment where you're like, yes, we got a successful build. Let's go, let's test it, let's give our feedback, and then you can kind of just go back and forth, constantly tweaking, constantly changing. And then at the end of the day, after all is said and done, you have this usable product that other people get to enjoy. Like, that is so cool to me. So let's go ahead. We restarted the server, just making sure, and everything enabled correctly, so no errors on startup. Server testing. Oh, and now I'm gonna fall in the void. Oh well, ArZor fell into the void. Yeah. Let's get over to that world. Okay, let's see if now. So, we do have potentially some blacklist items because we redid our config. Hold on, let me just make sure I'm grabbing the right file from the right place. VoidMonster. Make sure we got a new config. Okay. Yes. All right. So debug mode is false. That's fine. We should be able to turn it to true in game. And we do have dirt and cobblestone and sticks that are not going to be tracked. So let's actually verify that. So let's grab some dirt. Nothing should happen there, but with grass, we should see something happen. Now debug mode is off, so let me actually see if that command works. /voidmon debug. Now we are going to have to make sure that that gets tab completed, but I do see that it says enabled. Now let's see what happens. Grass, dirt, tough blocks, oak logs, redstone blocks. Let's do some dust, some levers. Okay, /voidmon debug list. No item stored. Okay, so something is still happening where it's claiming that, debug mode is enabled and we're throwing stuff in. For whatever reason, we're still not getting them picked up. So let's move on. Let's go to VoidMon summon. That is so much better. Look at that name. Look how fancy that looks. That looks incredible. Okay. We are happy with that. We fixed the naming, so we know that that piece of the code is good to go. Now what's interesting, yeah, it does still tell us that there's no item stored. So let's go ahead and actually just do the kill command. Okay. Okay, so far so good. As far as the naming, that was a quick, easy fix. We're still not getting anything. So we made sure to turn on debug mode, then through several different full stacks of items, including some that were on the blacklist. However, we did not get any print out in chat or console. Debug list was empty, and the boss summoned with items. Okay, that's a pretty clear observation. We also got the summoned at your location message twice. Okay. Let's break this down and diagnose each one. No debug message when print out in console or chat. It's empty. There we go. That's better. All right. I was like, this is odd. All of a sudden, I can't hear any music. Something's not right. Okay. Back to where we were. All right. Yes, indeed. There are two lines. One that says, get summoned successfully, get killed broadcast. So, why are we sending boss summoned twice? Interesting. Okay, hold on. I see this in boss manager. Here. And you. Okay. Let's see what it has to say. Item despawn event. You do register item void listener, which is great. However, if you're not seeing item despawn event triggered, then either the items are actually despawning, they're being removed another way, e.g. the clear lag plugin, or it's happening too early. Interesting. Boss summon success. It's early calling. I guess I needed it to clarify for me, and it didn't quite do a good job. Wait. So which boss? Or sorry, VoidMonster summon. Do I remove this first one or the second one, and why? This one or this one? And why? Okay. You should keep get boss killed broadcast. You should remove the spawn one. Already being sent. Oh, so we're already sending this in another source. Okay. Okay, that made sense. But keep VoidMonster spawned at. Okay, that made sense. Alright, so the other clarifying question is, so when an item gets thrown into the void, does the game despawn it? Is that what is actually happening, or something else? Are we making the wrong assumption? That is how items are treated. What actually happens when an item falls in the void? An item entity, like something job, becomes an item entity in the world. It falls below y -64 in the void, and it instantly dies from entity damage event. With damage caused void, it does not trigger item despawn event. It does not wait 5 minutes to despawn. It's being killed by the void. I thought that might be it. We're thinking it's a despawn event, and it's not a despawn. So, yeah, item despawn event is firing, but like nothing actually happens when it's killed by the void. So we actually need to use an entity damage event and filter for specific things. Knew something wasn't right. Okay, that would make a lot more sense why this despawn thing just isn't possibly happening. Okay. Okay. So we should fix item void listener. Void damage listener. Okay, update. Replace current methods with. Oh my goodness, man, that was a little bit of a rabbit hole that we went down. I was like, something's not right here. Something is not right. Okay, so I'm just gonna double check. Control A, Control C. So delete all of this. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we are getting rid of optional and UID. Why? Why are we getting rid of these? Good question. You're noticing that we're removing those two, and you asked why. These imports were used in the old part of your code. The logic was based on trying to identify who threw the items before it spawned, but new, and we no longer. But we do want to trace them back. We do want to trace who threw them because when they get thrown out by killing, oops, by killing boss, we are renaming the item name dirt. Our name's grass, for example. Yeah, I was like, hey buddy, I think you're being a little too hasty here. Okay. Making sure that we're starting right here at this layer. Okay. Please indent this by 4 lines, or 4 spaces and all. And remember to do this for all methods moving forward. Okay. Track it. Okay. Making sure that that is like this. And making sure we don't forget our close brackets. So it didn't include it here, and that could have thrown us if we just copy and pasted. So just be mindful of those little syntax potential caveats. Okay, let's see if that's good enough. Or do we need help with entity utils behavior? Let's just double check entities utils. Let's double check entity utils. Here is our current code. Since you're now tracking items that fall in void, we need to expand support to cover items dropped by a player, items launched via player interaction, items who dropped an item directly, the tracking who dropped an item entity directly. Okay. So we're gonna basically we're already tracking arrows and tridents and time TNT and sometimes mobs, but not really doing a good job of the items just being dropped randomly. Does not track who dropped an item by default, so it makes sense if we want accurate items. We have to tag the item. So essentially, when you throw an item into the void, the game doesn't naturally choose, or sorry, hold on to remembering who threw that item in. It just says delete it. So we have to basically tag those items so that we can recall who they came from. So that's going to be like the first step, is adding on that little metadata so that we're tagging it during the drop. And then, let's see, we'll grab the responsible player. So would you like me to generate a clean player drop item listener? So we are working in entity util. Where did player drop item listener from? Okay, so we need a new listener. We don't have that yet, so please make one for me. Okay. Excuse me, folks. I'm going to mute myself for just a sec. Okay. We need to make this. So this is how we're going to actually track move through what into the void. Oops, not in cell sheet, worksheet. That's not what we want. All right, Control A, Control V, press Enter. There we go. That's a little bit better. All right, copy and paste. Okay, so we're tagging dropped item entities with the UUID metadata, enables traceability for void item tracking later. Okay, we're pulling in all the different things that we need, telling this where this guy lives, and then just actually doing the tagging right here. This insert drop items carries the player's user ID so we can identify them later when they fall into the void. Okay. Next, place this file into listeners, replace the listener in your main, register in your main plugin class. So we just need to go back. This is our main plugin class, VoidMonster. Register listeners. Copy you. Okay. Made sure we put that into our registered listeners. Okay. Okay, so we did not need to make any changes to the utils file. Okay. We move on with in-game testing. Want to validate the jump? So good. Yeah. Let's move on to in-game testing. Please stand by for my observations. Well, we might be a little too hasty. Let's see what happens when we go to actually build and compile it, now that we've made some changes. Unfortunate. Unfortunately, we couldn't move on to testing. Got this compile error. We just forgot an import item void listener. That made sense. Bucket event entity. Let's throw that there. Okay. Now let's see if we get a compile. Yes, no sound, not quite. get this. Ravaging, but damage caused. Okay, that made sense. Change this item void listener to this. Damage caused void. We did create that. Okay. Like this. We do already have a player drop item list center. Hold on. If config manager get tracked world debug logger. Okay. So this is what we have. Okay, so this is what we have now. Is correct. Okay. Kill by void, stream world name. Okay, so what is the issue? Okay, sorry, I'm trying to see the difference. Oh, literally, see, this is what I mean by syntax being so very particular. I almost didn't catch it. If event dot get cause equals instead of it event cause exclamation mark, so it does not equal. So previously we said does equal, now we're saying does not equal. That is the small little subtle little change there. Wow. Glad we caught that. Okay. One more time. Let's try another compile. Nope. Okay, let's try this again. Make sure the class exists. We definitely do have it. Make sure it's imported. It might not be imported. That could totally be it. So let's check. Listeners. Nope, we forgot to import it. I forgot to import it. So item, then player. Okay. I made sure to register it, but we forgot to import it. That's a pretty big important thing. There we go. Build success. Heck yeah. Okay. Let's go grab it from, whoops, from here. Target. Gonna make sure I rename a config. I'm just always making sure we start with a fresh config. Now, it's not necessarily strictly necessary if we didn't make any changes, but it's still a good habit, at least in my opinion. All right. Let's go ahead. Restart the server. See what happens. hopefully this is successful. We've almost been going for about 4 hours here. And I think that's a kind of a nice little stopping point once we hit that 4-hour mark. So we'll keep going for, oh, looks like, what, another roughly 15 minutes. So here we go. /server testing. Game mode creative. Let's see. Did we actually get something thrown into the void? Console still said nothing. Mycelium, red sand, ice, dirt. Okay, / VoidMon debug list. Dang. Even with these latest changes, no items being detected. I don't see anything in console or in game, and the debug list shows empty. I also noticed we didn't add debug or debug list to the tab completion. Okay. Let's diagnose and fix this logically. Sanity check. Make sure all these are true. Debug mode is true in the console. Oh, I didn't do that. /VoidMon debug. That would make a difference. Podzol. Red sand, ice. Okay. Nope, it's definitely on. Okay. So now, yeah, let me just double check that. Since I made the change in game, is it actually reflecting in the file? Yes. Yeah, so it is making the change in real time to the config file. Okay, so that's not a problem. Yes. Check item void listener and player that they're both registered, and they need to be registered in VoidMonster.java. Let's check. We're looking for item void listener, player death listener. Yes. Yes. Let's see here. And then this one will say see here. Come on. That says me. Thank you. Your test world is in tracked worlds. Yes. Yes. See here. Okay, made sure that matches the world. Let's just, do a little sanity check. /world. Hold on, that's not it. What's the easiest way to tell? I mean, I know it's a void world. Let's see, MVTP. World underscore the end. Okay, yeah. So definitely we're in the right one. Definitely right. Okay. You're throwing in the items. Void only triggers below Y negative 64 in Minecraft. Oh, I thought it was 0. However, I believe we are starting tracking at Y equals 0. Are we not? Logic you had was backwards. Let's check our item void listener. Let's just double check. Okay. Sorry, my headset is having some issues tonight. I don't know why it keeps randomly cutting out like that. That is very strange. And I think all of a sudden the audio or the music went with it. Hold on here. Why would it do that? Hmm. See this? I don't know why it's not letting me change the device for the speakers. Hold on, folks. One sec here. I'm telling it I want a different audio device, and it is just ignoring me, straight up ignoring me. Let's see if we can fix this. This is certainly an interesting predicament. Okay. Hold on here. Bear with me. Trying to diagnose some audio issues. Never fun, but we will get them. I had multiple instances of VLC open, so that could have been causing some problems. Let's open up a folder here. Make sure we're grabbing our music we want. There we go. That's more like it. All right. Crisis averted. All right. So we are confirming that this is correct. Confirming we did fix this line. And then we just need to add this into the tab completion utility. So really easy. That's why we did it here. So we have a reload, a stats, a summon. We just have to add debug and debug list. Okay. Let's give it all of this stuff. So here's the clear root cause. Track triggered at Y0 instead of action Y. That's right, the plan originally stated tracking at Y0, but modern Minecraft only triggers starting at 64 in the interval above. You're testing in, throwing items below Y. If you're dropping them off the end island at Y50, they won't hit Y. So, I am just dropping them off. I am just dropping them off the end island. Items fall slowly. Most servers despawn on entities long before. Is this check on item despawn? I had to config void threshold. That's even better. That is very much better. Okay. And then we can go resources, config. That is better. Drops, deaths. Void threshold. Okay. And in configuration manager, add you. Oops. Let's add that in. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Then an item void listener. We do this. Hold on. So I went with the config option. Where, please send me a fully updated item void listener .java. Here is what we have now. Oops, don't need a question mark. I know that's what we have now. Okay, so we're gonna do it there. All right. Okay. I added it to the config already. Recompile and reload the plugin. Drop an item into the void, throw a blacklist item, throw several items quickly to test, batch, and debug output. Fingers crossed, folks, that this is the thing that finally fixes the actual detection. Okay, build success. Always nice to see that immediately. Don't have to fiddle back and forth. All right, so far so good. Okay, let's go back to our main folder so we can grab the latest and greatest. Okay. Put you over here. And then restart the test server. Okay. If we get this actually detecting, we see some stuff, we will call that a successful stream, and then we will pick back up tomorrow. But I really want us to get that payoff of actually being able to see stuff properly being detected. Alrighty, here we go. Throw some mycelium, some dirt, some red sand, some pale moss, whatever. I'd really like to see if we can add something in game that tells us. Oh, hold on. Very first thing we forgot to do. VoidMon debug. Okay, now we'll actually be able to see what's going on. Okay. I confirmed debug is on. In the config, I left it as -10. Right, let me just double check. Yes. Oh, hold on. Something's not quite right here. Why is there no line there? That might be our issue. Oops. I swore I added that. Oh, config. I most certainly did. Oh, I didn't save the change. Oh, I'm a dum-dum. Okay. That would make a huge difference. Let's make a fresh compile. Okay, okay. That's making sense now. A little oopsie on my part. Like, seriously? After all of that? Still no? Okay. Alright. Another restart. Wait, and we see what happens. Every time, I'm just always checking, making sure that everything starts up correctly, which it did. Oops. Ooh, that was close. We were around the edge there. Okay. Debug. All right. Let's see now. Do we actually get something in our config or anything at all? No, still nothing. And we still don't see anything. Let's just check our debug list / VoidMon debug list. Do we have something that sends a message in chat when debug mode is on for items? I don't see anything in console or the debug list. Oops, guess I turned on chat. Alright, caps lock. Yeah, everything is something is sound. Okay. That failsafe. It don't says all the event is not triggering. Confirm. again, format. Okay. Damage doesn't fire. This guarantee is still. And this is a second. Oh my goodness, guys, this is quite a pain. Okay. Okay, where am I adding this? Where am I adding that? Where am I adding this? What file and where? That was a little vague. On item void damage method like this. Okay. Listeners. Items killed by the void. Okay, so this very first line is what we're adding. Yes. Okay. And then it's saying we also want to confirm that, and these guys. Registered listeners. Let's do it like this. Like this. On item despawn. Okay. Yes, this almost for just add third list from all three. Okay. I mean, that's fair enough. Be nice to just make sure that all three are actually getting properly registered. Okay. Okay. Lastly, let's add that fail save Y level check. Item void listener. Right after confirming, insert a Y level guard. Okay, if event gets cause any damage return with this sales safe. Oh, someone said something. Only 2 people from YouTube watching. Who's the other one? I don't know if I can tell. Kitty on my desk, maybe? That's my guess. I actually see 3 watching now on YouTube. And then just 1 on Twitch, but I appreciate it. Okay. Okay. We want this just after this. Copy. That's not what we wanted. We just wanted this bit. Still here. Better than it. Well, I appreciate it. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoops. All right. Let's see if adding all these little extra checks and whatnot actually get it. And then make sure the config manager.java actually has this Y level threshold. Here it is. So if I change my config to Y -10, does that mean void Y threshold? We'll try to use 10 or negative, and -64 is just the backup. Say by listening to it work. Well, thank you. I was occupied most of the time. No worries. Okay. Yes. 10 from config, -64 for fallback. Okay. Alright, let's roll with this. Fingers crossed. I really want to see something get detected. Anything get detected. Oh, what a silly little problem. Minutes of delay, really? I see it almost instantaneously. Or maybe it's I'm responding to it when I see it, and you type it, but then it takes a moment for it to actually show up for me. Okay. I would like to add a message in chat when debug mode is on and items get properly stored as well. In your item void listener.java. That should go right after this section. Anonymous tracking disable. That is here. Enter. 1, 2, 3. Man, it is really failing to make sure I get these indents right. Okay. Okay. It looks like that was the only change in order to make that happen. Still kind of expect to get this error. Yeah, alright. Here's how to solve both. Problem 2. Void Y threshold. I swear, like that's fine. Config. Void Y threshold. -10 should be totally fine. But for the sake of it not freaking out, let's do 64. Maybe the stream delay? Maybe. Does it feel like I'm responding really late after you type it? Because to me, it feels like instantaneous. Maybe we didn't. Okay, so we did something funky. Oh, that's what it looks like. Here is my current item, void. I don't know why it's saying that there are issues. What's this part? What's this part? Like, what's literally the difference? Ah. Stack. We're very close. Stack instead. Okay. You're the one that told me to do item stack. Stupid thing. Okay. Okay. Let's try this again. Still something's not quite right. Why? In your item void. Oh, come on. It bugs me that it's not telling me which file these things are in sometimes. What file? Please make sure to always tell me what file we are changing. Item void listener. If it's like this, we want to change it. Control C, F, Control V. Maybe the stream delay. Maybe I typed it, then about 4 minutes later, it makes the chat noise on the stream. Really? Wow, I'm surprised there's so much of a delay. Maybe there's something I can do about that. That feels really, really long. Okay, so we're just changing the word level to the word threshold. Let's see if that does the trick. Nice. Okay. We got another successful build. Let's actually see if it does what we want it to do. Okay. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed this is the one. Restarting the test server. Okay, so our that we have enabled it. So just so you guys can kind of see what I can see, let me show you here. This is what I'm seeing in console. So we see we enabled it, void monsters enabled, registered the item, registered the void death, registered the player drop. So it wouldn't show these debugs if that stuff was not happening. So that is a good sign. Server testing. Come on, buddy. Let's just double check that debug is turned on. It is. My goodness. Why? I expect something. And still nothing. At what point? Oops. Because we're triggering it too low? Oh my goodness. How the heck do I get it to stop prompting me about sticky keys? Press the shift key 5 times. No. Just turn that off. Okay, I think we're triggering it too low. Let's try this. Let's make this threshold instead of -10, +10. Save. Oh, it didn't like our reload command. Okay, that's another issue. Close that up, and then let's do a restart as well. Okay. Just waiting for it to all load back up. Even when we do a much higher than we would expect, do we get something? Do we get grass? Do we get gravel? Do we get calcite? Anything at all? Oh my goodness. What a pain. That's manager.java. So we can't reload because of a little issue with our stats manager. This is our current stats manager.java. Oops, hit my mic there. Sorry about that. Oh, okay. So we're just adding this little bit here. You're forgetting to always indent by 4. Okay, that should allow us to just come in here, paste that in. solve that issue. Okay. So just as a sanity check, I changed the Y threshold to 10, not negative 10, and still absolutely nothing. No messages in chat, no messages in console, and nothing prints out. Nothing in the debug list. Let's just confirm that. Pretty sure nothing. VoidMonster debug list. Yeah. Man, this is such a little tricky problem. Just trying to get the game to like understand, or I should get the plugin to understand that we are grabbing something and wanting it to like keep track of it. I did not think it would be this difficult. Sometimes that's just the way it goes. I mean, there's probably a reason something like this doesn't exist. Hard code console prints to both. Okay. On despawn. We noticed we are still saying on item despawn. Didn't we establish items don't despawn? The game damages them to delete them. We're listening for an item despawn event. Whenever fires, whenever fires. Goodness gravy, come on. Delete the entire on item despawn event. Oh my gosh, what a freaking pain. Okay, yeah, we don't even need this. Okay. Void damage. Okay, so we have that. Let's see. Copy. Or do I add this? Ah, okay. Right there. Use a hammer, whispers for me. My goodness. This one's making me feel like it a little bit. One, two, three, four. Okay. Come on, nothing can fail silently now. So let's try this. If it just fails, we'll know it completely fails. Alright, once more. Nice. Good to go. Jar file. Oops, come out of target. Alright, one more time. And then here. Grab you, throw you on the server, and restart. Well, here I thought we'd only go for like another 10 minutes, but this has turned into an extra half hour or 45 minutes. So that's how it goes. All right. Let's just do 10. Let's turn this to true. Okay. Okay. A little restart. We see that all of our events are, all of our listeners are registered. Server testing. There's gotta be something. Grass plots. Pods of plots. Absolutely nothing still. Come on. Okay, so this strongly suggests that entity damage event is not actually the thing that triggers void deleted items, even though we assumed it was. Come on. ChatGPT, I expect you to be better than that. Especially mono versions seem to have changed to bypass all bucket events when void deleting items. They simply get deleted without triggering entity damage or item despawn. Seriously? Entity removed from world event. We do use, since nothing else is firing, we use a paper specific event that does trigger reliably. Oh. Okay. That's annoying. I need to take a breather on that one. I'll put so much effort into like despawning and then, oh, nope, it gets damaged. Just kidding. Not despawned, not damaged, just removed from the world. Apparently, that's a thing. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so annoying. But this is how we learn. You know, I didn't know that that's exactly how it's handled. And it's only through this kind of struggle that you get to figure that stuff out. So now I'll have in the back of my mind for forever that entities getting removed from the world isn't a damage event, isn't a despawn event. They just get poofed from existence. What an insane roller coaster we've been on. Ah, this hurts, but I hope this is the end of it. Okay. On item removed this time, not item void damage. Please send me a fully updated item void center. Void, close enough. It'll figure it out. Yeah, so we're importing that. And then that's what we're doing. Okay, my goodness. Let me know when we tested it. Please, for everything that's holy, let this work. Okay. That's fine. I expected. We've changed some pretty major stuff. Oh, okay. That made sense. We gotta double check that. Make sure our repository and our dependencies are there. Dependency. Okay, let's just say Control C. Here is our current XML. XML. We will get there. Slowly but surely. Try actually using the paper jar in your server and IDE. I am definitely using the paper jar. Let's make sure version. Let's just organizing the paper correctly. Delete. .id and target folders optionally. Help with things to re-import the file new. Huh? I am not using an IDE or JDK. Simply just Notepad++. I am still using Maven, though. Okay. Use paper server for all instances. Okay. Paper API, yes, that's all there. But I have. And then see. You checked and that's so yourself. Now I'm getting a little annoyed. With the AI, I'll be like, come on, man. It gives you the public API, not internal events. That's not part of public API. Oh my gosh. You need to add this dependency. Keep existing if you want. Okay. All right. And let's get rid of that extra little line there. Save. Fingers crossed. Come on, sucker. You're hitting the exact issue many plugin developers. Full paper server artifacts not published to the Maven or the main paper MC repository. Paper does not publish the paper server artifact. So even if your host can't download unless you build it locally. This is brutal. not rely on internal server events like instead use entity damage events. Option 1, build paper from source. You must use internal classes like you need to clone paper, then point Maven to your local repo. Now I'll find so we determined we can't use a despawn event or a damage event because in 1.21.4 and higher Minecraft, that isn't how void how items thrown into the void are handled, right? If you didn't run paper, how would you detect this? Instant move of the world by internal logic. They don't take damage, doesn't fire. We don't use paper. Instead of listening for an event that won't fire, use a repeating task that checks all item entities every few ticks. This is a workaround known used by many plugins. A repeating task every 10 ticks, every half a second for every little world, for every entity in that world. If there's an item, and oh my gosh. Is that not going to introduce a ton of lag or a huge performance hit? Checking every entity every half a second. No, scanning items every half a second doesn't cause significant lag if you do it right. We filter by type first. Okay, item entities only, so we're only checking item entities. And get entities because avoid the viewer. Mobs, players, armor stands, etc. All servers have hundreds of mobs, but only dozens of dropped items as filters. Okay. So, what happens when we expand plugin to include things like mobs, thrown projectiles, activated TNT, and players dying to the void? So I'm trying to get some preliminary information so I know how to proceed. We've tried like 3 different methods and each of those has failed, so I want to try to get one that's actually going to be reliable. We want to track these following: player takes void damage, mob takes void damage, projectile silently removed, no event, prime TNT silently removed, no event, falling blood silently removed, item no despawn damage silently removed. Ooh, wow. Okay, so we can use damage events for players and mobs. Schedule scans for everything else, only below wire thresholds. Okay, so it should be relatively performance. It done right. We can only scan relevant things. We filter them by Y level. We only do it on specific worlds. If we're not going to do it on any unload chunks, even with a the cost is still well under 1 millisecond every few ticks. No lag if optimized to support items. Oh man. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's update everything, including Java dev item void listener. item void listener and player dropped item listener and void death listener. Okay, folks, I think we have a really good path moving forward. This has been a longer stream than I anticipated, quite a significantly amount longer. So I appreciate you holding on with me. I think we have a really good plan of attack for tomorrow, trying to fix why in the world these items are not being detected. I like the suggestion that ChatGPT had. We finally got to what I believe to be the root of the problem. So I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. Hope you all get, all rested up for tomorrow. We'll be streaming again tomorrow. Let's see. The stream here started about 4 hours and 45 minutes ago, and we're going to stream starting at the same time again tomorrow. So once again, thank you all for tuning in. Hope you at least learned a little something, and I will see you back here tomorrow.